stream might contain sexual themes and a lot of fireworks and flashing lights. So if you're like very photosensitive, if you have epilepsy, please don't watch it, okay? So, like look away when Raziel receives a new Soul Reaver power up and the screen starts flashing, okay? And if you don't, I will start flashing my cock and balls. Is this thing on? Who the fuck is Asper? Oh, bonus content is down there. That's not. It's okay. If it didn't make it to the game, there's probably a reason for it. I always loved this song so much. We can do Italian. What the fuck? Russian. Nah, fuck that. Hey love, long time no see. I know, right? Welcome back. Remember Raziel?
I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
They are very anime now.
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge.
Come swapping lesbians.
To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never contain such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? As such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine eons ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
I found the tomb of Sarafan, Kain. How could you profane a priest by turning him into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer.
Yeah, that's so true.
Who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
The Sarafan were saviors, defending Nazgûl from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are open, Kain. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
He fucked him up.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Sarafan were noble, altruistic? Oh, don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours. You nearly had me, Raziel.
It feels like Originally, they weren't like this.
This is not where or how it ends.
Melodramatic.
Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
When they were fighting, they were like at a family gathering, just talking to each other. And now it's made in such a cinematic way. It's like, don't get me wrong, it's fucking awesome. Like, genuinely fucking cool as fuck. But originally, it looked like they were just having tea time, chatting.
Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah. Welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny.
Raziel is Asian.
Where am I? Is the usual question. In your case, when might be more apt.
Very well, you old snake. If you prefer I use my bare hands.
But this is completely unexpected. This orb disables our vampire enemies, leaving them helpless and incapacitated. Strangely, it seems to have the same effect on that peculiar weapon of yours. But you must believe me. I mean you no harm.
You can drop the benevolent facade, Mobius. I know who and what you are. I should kill you where you stand.
Perhaps you should, my boy.
My boy.
But you don't.
Are you so certain of that, Mobius?
My role as Time Guardian affords me a certain level of omniscience, Raziel. No, you don't kill me. That honor belongs to your maker, Kain, some 30 years from now.
Ah, you two are a pair. You're just as fatalistic as he is.
Death comes for us all, Raziel. It's just a matter of time.
How is it that you know my name? We have never met.
On the contrary, Raziel, I know you very well. And it grieves me to see how cruelly Kain has used you. I knew you when you were one of the Sarafan Brotherhood, Raziel. We were even close.
Oh, please.
Fortunately, you need not love me now to be my ally.
Are we within the stronghold of the Sarafan priesthood?
Yes, but the glorious days of the Sarafan have long since passed, I'm afraid. This is a more cynical and indecorous age. My mercenary army now inhabits this stronghold. We strive to honor the memory of the Sarafan with our own humble crusade.
Is this the vampire Vorador?
Yes, the scourge of the Circle, the most depraved and decadent example of his whole degenerate race. He slaughtered 6 of my fellow Guardians as they cowered defenseless in this room.
And you somehow survived this massacre?
I and 2 others. The Circle was devastated. Only we 3 were spared.
How convenient. You'll forgive me if I don't naively devour every scrap of information you toss me. You have a reputation for deceit.
And who has slandered me so? Your malefactor, Kain? The one who betrayed and destroyed you? Our common enemy? Consider the source before you judge me too harshly. We'll forget about rekindling our old friendship then. But consider an alliance based on our common ground. We both want Kain dead. I can help you do it.
You don't want to meddle in this, old man. I know all about your sordid little schemes, but you're simply out of your depth on this one.
You underestimate me, Raziel. Let me show you. Even now, Kain is lying in wait for you, unaware that I've snatched you out of the time stream and brought you here to me. See how he lingers at the very pillars he is destined to destroy, foolishly confident that he has eluded your grasp.
The pillars are still standing in this time.
Yes, Raziel. They are the embodiment of the divine force which preserves the life of our world. We who serve the pillars maintain their delicate balance, and Kain is destined to be the fulcrum upon which that balance turns. I believe you have already endured the wasteland wrought by his terrible, selfish decision. Kain's very existence is a cancer upon this world. As long as he lives, all of Nosgoth is in peril. You may never again be human, Raziel. But you can re-embrace the essence of your humanity and the nobility of your Sarafan heritage. Go to him, Raziel, and end this. But first, you will need to find your way out of the stronghold, and in this, I'm afraid I cannot help you. My soldiers will not understand your appearance here. They will try to kill you. You needn't fear them, of course. They're no match for you. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum. But do what you have to do. All great movements require a few martyrs.
You can vanish, dude. That's crazy.
Alone now, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed a second time-streaming chamber. Its entrance identical to the first, but with one distinction. That crystal was significant, but how? I had not yet discovered.
This is like so fucking well made. Compared to the first game, I guess they got a lot more resources to work on the second one, and it's a lot more cinematic, like with much more focus on cutscenes and voice acting and all that, and I think that is exactly what made it great. I fucking love this. Is my favorite like Soul Reaver game. One of the reasons is because of nostalgia, because this was my first Soul Reaver game, Soul Reaver 2. But it also has more clever puzzles, not only blocks and shit. So that's nice. I fucking love this. Is this a new game? Yes, this is Soul Reaver 2. Previous game ends with us going into a time machine, basically. So Kain and Raziel, they travel back in time. In this time, pillars are not corrupt yet. So we are in the past now. Why didn't he just stab him? Because Kain was very sneaky and slippery. He is covered in oil, so Raziel tried to grab him and he slipped away. Retard red boy, that's me. Don't you think that it's weird that the entire world did not even know about Ukraine existed before? I knew about them. I think it's pretty uncanny. Same as C virus. It seems like nobody knows it even happened. Yeah, that's crazy. I think that reality is kinda us living in a semi-simulation, trying to live our lives right until we get it right, and we kinda live in an infinite circle, and we sometimes self-sabotage ourselves so that we could relive our lives again, so we jack off too much sometimes. Where are the needles they were trying to push so hard? I know, right? Where are the variants? It was almost as if a new variant a month. Nothing. Total silence, almost as if someone is trying to clean after their mistake. You know, everything in life exists in fads. A couple of days ago, it kind of made me wonder when I was in the store picking out plastic bags to put my produce in. I think I was buying some oranges. And you know, like half a year ago, the politicians, the media, everybody were screaming about plastic bags, and a reduced usage of plastic bags everywhere, you know. So the grand conclusion and the big chaos resulted in the fact that we are now paying 1 cent per plastic bag. So that's the only difference. And there was so much chaos in the media, and it was broadcast far and wide, like this war on plastics. And it's like now everybody like forgot about it. We're just living our the same lives. The only difference is that you pay 1 cent per plastic bag. And it's the same with everything, to be honest. Like, think about fats when it comes to children, and it's pretty much the same with adults. Kids get these fats like Beyblades, like fucking Digimon, Pokemon, Tomigachi, Pokemon cards, anything else, you name it. And it's the same with media and everything else. Suddenly this thing that used to not affect you at all, that was not important, suddenly everybody is caring about it. Everybody has an opinion on it until nobody cares about it at all and the fad passes. And it's basically the same with everything. Sometimes it's quite important to get away from all of that, just to clear your mind and not get caught into the regular human things, and to not get obsessed with stupid bullshit that they want you to get obsessed over, and they want you to use all of your energy thinking about shit that will not matter in like 3 days because they just drop it. And it's fucking crazy. How long was I asleep? Remember Raziel? This is him now. This is my favorite Raziel design. I really like how, he looked right here. In my headcanon, this is the perfect Raziel from Soul Reaver 2. So there you have it. This is Soul Reaver 2 now. They don't get rid of plastic bags, but they get rid of plastic 3mm straws and put shitty ass N-word ass fucking paper straw, but the straw is in plastic thing anyway. Well, having a straw made out of paper instead of plastic can save a worm. Maybe there's a worm that is stuck inside a plastic straw and he's like struggling in there. Maybe a worm is trying to get inside of the plastic straw and he has his balls and dick out and he gets stuck and he cannot get inside of the plastic straw, and whenever he tries to get inside it kinda rubs his dick the wrong way, so it hurts the worm. So instead, if the worm had a straw made out of paper, then he can live a regular good life and easily get his cock and balls inside the straw easily without it getting too uncomfortable for the worm. So we're kind of saving nature. But who pulls the strings? Somebody does. Is this Fable? No. This is the third alligator. Why it look so much like Fable? I don't know, but I definitely know that Peter Molyneux is right over there. He's licking up, he's slurping up that woman. So these are basically 6 guardians that were murdered by a vampire warrior. Vampire warrior started killing guardians because human guardians of the pillars, they started this conquest and this genocide of the vampire race. So this vampire, who was originally a human but he got turned into a vampire, he murdered 6 members of the circle, but later they were reborn because every pillar needs a guardian. So this is guardian that is I don't know, fuck it, and they're this is another guardian, and he also got killed, and these two got killed because basically this old man married this girl when she was like 8 years old, but they were, no, just kidding, that's not how it goes, but he did not even kill this woman, but he like kissed her to death, and I don't know, he fucked the twink or something. It's complicated. So we cannot go there anymore, and in this game you save the game by going and touching this fucking weird looking thing. So fuck me. We get the map. That's Nosgoth. It's fucking swamps and shit. I don't even know where the fuck we are. So there you have it. Graphically this game looks so much better. It's not even funny. And this is the strong attack. Uh-oh. Come at me, bro. Oh shit, I can make him fly, dude. Kinda trying to get used to the controls, because it's somewhat different in this game. We can also like grab fucking weapons. When I was a kid, I remember thinking that this game looks and feels very violent. You can cut off people's heads and shit. Of course you can stab the humans, because that's fucking cool. I think the quickest way to kill them is with a sword, but I might be mistaken. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, and we can block like this. That doesn't really help much. And you can like... Oh fuck, I couldn't show you. You can cut off the heads of humans. It's very fucked up. And this is the best thing, is that you get to kill so many women in this game. No, just kidding. Did you see that shit? It's so fucking brutal and cruel. Nowadays games can't even replicate it. It seems like in the old games you had so much fucking blood spilling everywhere. I don't know what it is.
Throughout the stronghold, I discovered evidence of my former nobility and my life as a Sarafan priest. This was the heritage so foully stolen from me when Kain raided my sacred crypt and defiled me.
Kain defiled me. I love how others are not attacking you. They have so much respect. They're just waiting. Look at all this blood. It's fucking insane. Freaking brutal, bro. Give me that hole, boy. The worst thing is that this game was my first Legacy of Kain game, so I did not know the abilities that Raziel had. So as a child, I don't know how fucking long it took me to get through this fucking door, because I had to go to the spirit world, and only then could I fucking get through the door. So I think that out of frustration, I ended up somehow just like getting pissed as a little fucking kid and just being like, why the fuck can't I go through the door? And then Raziel did this and I was like, oh, what the fuck? Raziel be doing that sometimes. And I love how in this game souls in the spirit world look like skulls. That's fucking cool, dude. It kind of felt like they wanted a 13-year-old
Away from the influence of Mobius's cursed staff,
audience.
I could feel the strength of the Soul Reaver slowly returning. If that orb was as debilitating to vampires as it was to the blade, it gave Mobius a powerful advantage over his enemies. I finally understood how Mobius's crusade could decimate the vampires so successfully. If he could immobilize his enemies, they were at his mercy. But why, I wondered, would the staff have any effect on the Reaver?
Stoop the hoe. It's okay. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Good thing I have so much HP, it's ridiculous. Oh no. Fuck. They made the AI so much more powerful. What the fuck? I don't remember having so much trouble. Shit. Beautiful. The cool thing is that souls always, I think, remain in the world after you kill your enemies, but I'm not entirely sure. I could be wrong. Like the world is inhabited by actual NPCs. That's true. We are the cattle to a certain group of people. Cause it looks like Fable, I wanna try it now. Yes. You've played Fable, right? No, I haven't. Although when growing up, I would sometimes think of myself how most people do the same exact movements day after day, almost like NPCs in those movements. It really felt uncanny to even be alive. Yeah. That's true, like certain people really fall into certain fads a lot easier than others. And you know, there's like this theory that like 30% or something of the people are not conscious. Like consciousness never arrives into them. It kinda like Young talks about this when he became self-conscious. It was like he was like 13 or 8, quite a late age, and he was riding a bus and he started being conscious. So you never know how many people are operating on not being entirely conscious. I don't know how real or not that is, but apparently some people are unable to visualize certain things, but it's probably, maybe it's related to the way they think and the way their mind works. It's not even maybe like related to them being NPCs, or it's more related to how their memory works and how they visualize, how they interact with the world, but I don't know. I can come at you, bro. That's based. That's interesting. That weapon summon mechanic is the same as modern day God of War. Have you played Fallout 4? Yes, I have. I have played through all Fallout games from first to the last one. The stream should be on YouTube. My channel is Rokas Bomb Plays over there. I have played many games throughout the years. I'm sorry, wait. I really need to grow bigger ass somehow. No, but I played NV and 3, never played 1 and 2. You haven't played Fable? No, I'm sorry. Who became self-conscious at 13? I don't know. But I think Young did very late. I think it was 8 or 13. I'm not entirely sure the actual age, but it was Young. The guy who invented like introverts, extroverts, you know, human types, like that whole jazz, and he was like a philosopher, psychologist, and stuff like that. He was a weird person, like overall, but kinda cool, very smart. For me, I remember a similar thing when I was 14. What theory is that 30% of people don't know they exist? They're like just operating like not being entirely conscious, kind of like doing everything robotic. You never know, maybe, you know, this world is like a simulation and we just use certain characters we pick, and but you know, it's bullshit. You see, with theories like that and religion and whatever, when world lacks a religion, humans will always come up with a certain religion that can be adapted to their way of living. So for example, back in the day when you did not have technology, a lot of stuff was explained through, you know, not monotheistic but different nature things or emotions and whatnot was explained by having a certain god, right? God of beauty, god of lightning, god of fire, god of sacrifice, crops, and stuff like that. Then later you get monotheism, and it kind of got adapted very well and ingrained deeply into humanity, because even to this day, you know, there were certain prophets and certain people who saw things and interacted with those things and actually predicted the future and everything else. So monotheism was kind of like this logical spiritual answer to semi-modern, and even now it fits, you know, the more modern understanding of what a god can be and how we interact with the world, and how the previous people living before us, our ancestors, view the world, and how it is ingrained into, you know, today's society, and how much we are borrowing from that ideology from back in the day. And it's related to our laws, it's related to everything we do every day, you know. It kind of like became like this octopus that is an answer to everything, that touches everything, and it can be explained through a god. And you know, now we as modern people, since we have this technology and we can simulate these worlds through virtual reality, video games and whatnot, we kind of explain reality through this newly made up idea, newly made up ideology, religion and whatnot, that, you know, reality is probably a simulation. And that's because we are surrounded by simulations everywhere, so we kind of explain the world through that lens, and it's related to how humans explain everything all the time. So you can always go to the same idea of the source, you know, God and God's apparitions through history and the world, and how certain prophets or people or whatnot that were closer to the God, these people who managed to go against human instincts and their own, they were basically punishing themselves so that they could achieve contact with God, and from that contact came prophecies, you know, and blessings and everything else that those people could share with their community, and that could transcend the time and space and race and everything else. And it's these semi-mythos related, semi-realistic things that could be predicted and could actually happen in the future that made religion such a strong part of who we are, and it kind of got integrated into law and beliefs and a hope for a better day. But nowadays we kind of got away from that idea of the source and we got into the idea of the simulation. So according to Masons and Illuminati and whatnot, they really want to become gods, but they kind of imagine that they could do it through technology, and that they could even wage a war against the source, against the original god, to destroy this prison and to become gods themselves and to become free. But it's a very deep occult knowledge that you need to go balls deep into if you want to figure it out, but it's really not a good place to go, and it's really not worth to go there because it can easily fuck you up. But yeah, I kind of always have this tendency to speak to myself too much, and I never fucking stop until I read the chat because I'm an idiot. That's all the population of Africa. Young, yes. I don't know, Young was disciple of Freud. Fred Flintstone. Do you actually believe there's such a thing as collective unconscious? Oh, definitely. I think there should be something, it's related to things. For example, small little chicks, they know that there is how a predator shadow looks, so that's an engraved memory. That's when they duck, So our genetics kinda have this code that helps us to survive in one way or another. So of course things like that, they have to exist. And I'm a believer in everything that is spiritual, and I like to expand on that. I like all the theories, I like everything that is related to mysticism, esoterics and occult and stuff like that, but I don't usually go balls deep into it. I only know and go as deep as possible for one reason, just so that I could know the enemy, because I'm a Christian and I'm religious. So at the end of the day, it's only interesting to see what the elites believe in and how Satan kind of manipulates them into following him. So that's why it's interesting to me, no other reason. Young is a dummy that thinks that everything that is encoded in our DNA somehow comes from another dimension of reality. You never know. You see, even with CIA papers, if you ever went balls deep into them, they kind of came to this idea and this conclusion, and they spent shitloads of money on psychics, attempting esoteric shit. They went balls deep into everything. And the most interesting paper is that they came up with the idea that reality is kind of being created or made out of these black holes or whatever, and they kind of work in this 8 pattern of infinity. It kind of circles like that. It's something like that. Or no, it was it's kind of like magnets. If you know electromagnetism, you know how you have a wire, and when you send a current from A to B, from plus to minus, right? If the current goes that way, that means that magnetism goes that way, right? So if you turn the wire around, let's say this is the same wire going in a circle, right? it goes like this way, and then it turns around, and then it goes that way. So since this magnetic field, it goes this way around the wire, over here, since the current goes this way, it goes this way, right? So that's what an electric magnet is. It kind of like these both forces combine to create the north, the magnetic north, and over here is the magnetic south. And if you like wind the windings this way, you get the north up there, and if you wind the windings the other way, you get the south there. And it's like the principle of an electric magnetic motor, right? If you have static diamantic, what are they called? Magnets that are very strong nowadays, you know, and you have them charged, you kind of can start a motor or a generator, you know, if you do everything correctly. So I think it kind of also works like that. The manifestation of reality, according to the CIA papers, is that you have these two black holes or whatnot, and they kind of propel reality through these like fields, and they kind of emit reality out of the other side or something. It's a fucking insanely deep, you know, rabbit hole that you can go down if you're into that thing. But then again, you know, with CIA papers and science and everything else, it's like a lot of that bullshit is related to theory, and a lot of that bullshit is related to trying to get as much government funding as you can. So at the end of the day, you never know what's actually real, since they kind of always have to produce the positive results, and that way they can get more funding, if that makes sense. How balls deep are you into that occult world? And what is at the other side of that, of the prison, in your opinion? Well, like, when it comes to Masonic beliefs, it's basically Gnosticism, and this game is called kind of like metaphorically related to Gnosticism. And the Gnosticism is the idea that this world is ruled by Satan, and it comes down to that idea that, you know, even Jesus said that, you know, that this reality was created by not really created by, but this world was given away to Satan. But at the same time, like, Masons and Gnostics kind of believe that there is this the merge, and he is in control of the reality, right? And he's like this evil archon or whatever. Basically, above this god, there are many gods, and they live in this pleroma or whatever it is called, and the divine light is over there. And there are these metaphysical concepts. So at the creation of the world, there was this metaphysical concept of wisdom fucked like something else, and something else is being born, like, you know, until one day this creature that is the merge, he kind of fucks, he kind of like gets born, and he gets cast out of pleroma or whatever. And then since he's like kind of a low type of god, low type of being, and he has no ruling power, he kind of creates our reality. But since he's like still divine, he has bits and pieces of the light of the pleroma that exists above like the current reality. So what Masons kind of have the idea is that all dualities must be connected into one single mechanism, because they see that reality and the universe kind of was created through duality, you know, everything was split. So according to them, if they connect all of the dualities in the universe and in the world and whatnot, they can break the prison of reality, kill the god, and they can return back to Plerma, and they can themselves become gods. And that's what their religion kinda is set upon. And they believe that Jesus Christ is the same, that Jesus Christ is Satan, and they believe that, the snake in the Garden of Eden was Satan and was Jesus, and he comes, like, he manifests from Plerma, he comes to set us free. He's kind of like the light bringer, right? The morning star. And according to them, like, Satan equals Jesus, and like he's trying to set us free from the tyrannical God that is the God of the Old Testament. And that's their belief system. So when it comes to Adam and Eve, originally, according to, the Bible itself, Adam was a single being, right? And out of the rib, Eve was made, right? So Eve is female. So according to Gnostics, the idea is that originally Adam kind of had both sexes, so he was like a transsexual, hermaphrodite, and it all goes back to the Baphomet and the idea of, Baphomet having like tits, dick, and a pussy and everything else. And it's like the snake symbolism everywhere, because snake in the Garden of Eden, tree of knowledge, the ability for humans to understand and have free will, to understand evil and good, and have the ability to become like gods, because God was kind of like afraid that if humans got this ability, they could become like gods, and it comes back to that, the occult. But their religion also is engraved in ancient Egypt, so it is also related to the Isis myth and all that, and the Queen of Heaven, and the wisdom, the holy wisdom is also like it's kind of being manifested into the Saint Mary, I think, through Catholicism nowadays, because in the Bible originally Mary was not that important. Like the main source and the main idea, the main focus was always Jesus. But then again, from the Christian perspective, and when it comes to what is obvious, Satan and Jesus are not the same entity, because Jesus was seduced by Satan, and he had to wander the desert for 40 days, and then he was tried by Satan, but he never gave in to Satan. So Jesus and Satan are different entities. You cannot say that it's the same entity, so that's where it fails and kind of falls apart from that perspective. And from Jesus' perspective, God and Jesus, they were kind of one. But from the Bible perspective, Book of Job kind of tells us that Satan is this angel that is used by God. So Satan is basically a tester of humanity, of every single human. He kind of is responsible for giving trials and trying to seduce you to do one thing or another, right? And there's probably other things that I'm kind of forgetting, but their idea is to unite and to twist everything around so that people are not able to tell what is good and what is bad anymore. So that's why the movement for children, trans children, and all that jazz, it's kind of related to the cult of Baphomet and Masonic ideology of black and white, the duality, connecting everything together. That's their great work they're working for. And that's why the checkerboards everywhere in Masonic lodges, you got black and white, and it's all related to symbolism. And in their, Masonic lodges, you have those Boaz and Yatzin building pillars. Those two pillars are related to the Temple of Solomon. So it's very possible that Masonic temple is the third temple that has been rebuilt like Satan's temple, and out of that Satan's temple the Antichrist comes and whatnot. But it's all metaphysical, metaphorical, and very deep and very super complicated to understand and whatnot. But it's also like obvious that Satan is using the same bait he used in the Garden of Eden to bait humans to be on his side, because the idea overall back then was that Satan seduces Eve in the Garden of Eden to eat from the tree of knowledge, so that basically humans could become like God, right? And she eats the fruit and she shares the fruit with Adam, and then they kind of get the free will, the understanding and whatnot. But at the same time, Masons are also being lured in, Gnostics at the same time, with the same ideology and the same idea, is that they will become like gods. And you know, Satan is still using that same thought process, because Satan always asks the human ego. Satan is trying to manipulate humans through their ego, right? Because it worked back in the Garden of Eden, and that's where human weakness is. That's why, you know, Masons kind of rule the top layer of society, and they kind of rule like the stardom, and they decide who goes popular, who falls off, who gets the money, who loses the money. So, but at the same time, you know what Jesus says, you cannot serve two masters, you cannot serve money and you cannot serve God at the same time. So it's either money or God and stuff like that. But Masons, they really tried, and they are still trying to turn everyone into like materialistic, hedonistic, disgusting things, and they're doing this through Satan. And Satan is basically a tester that kind of tries to pull people into the evil ways. You know, that's the basic idea, because humans have free will, and it's like a playing ground between God, Jesus, and Satan, who is pulling like people over there and over there, you know. But Satan has very strong power, even according to Jesus, you know. So that's why this world is so difficult. And what Jesus said, you know, if this world hates you, remember that it hated me first. And it's stuff like that. But that's what I mean when, you know, thinking, understanding, getting into the occult of the opposite powers, and using my own logic, my own understanding, and my own knowledge of the scripture to fight off the manipulative evil ideas of the Masonic layers being spread through entertainment and through the reality and through everything else. So yeah, I am Alex Jones, but I think that it's important to know. Fucking magnets, how do they work? They don't. Neodymium magnets. Yes, that's the word I've been looking for. This is Elon Musk, founder and CEO of Masons Smoked That Lovecraftian Fairy. Kinda. Yeah, makes sense. To be honest, Jews are 100% correct. Yeah, Jews are also like a huge part of it, but not all Jews. Like, there are some good ones. But yes, like, Masonic circles are seriously very intertwined with Judaism. They never got the update. Jesus Christ was the update of the Old Testament, you know. Imagine how fucked up your religion would be if it only followed the Old Testament. Like, it would be brutal, and I'm even afraid to think about it. Even in Christian world, we have total evil like the Wall Street. Well, it's just materialism, you know. I might start wearing a streimel based. Yeah, that's why Satanism symbol is the inverted pentagram, the material world above spirit. Yes, I know a lot of occult stuff too, a lot of it. they're all intertwined with each other, all the societies, yes. And even like this game, there's a lot of Gnosticism undertones and stuff like that, but whatever. You know, the idea is that sooner or later, Masons and the Illuminati will try to make the world believe in Satan, so they will have to bring in satanic Luciferian Bible into the everyday world, everyday consciousness, and to turn people away from God's light. And that's kind of how they're doing it. They're doing it through music, games, movies, and everything else, but they're not saying it directly. You know, like, good side is always depicted as the evil side nowadays, right? And that's what they're kind of doing.
As I neared the stronghold's inner sanctum, a strange sensation crept over me. An indescribable feeling of displacement, a sense of vertigo, as reality itself appeared to warp and bend around me. The disturbance seemed to emanate from the sanctuary's furthest chapel. As I cautiously approached, the sense of dislocation intensified with each step. So this was the tomb of the beloved King William the Just, beatified here as the martyr and catalyst of Mobius's crusade. I was reminded of Kain's journey as a fledgling vampire, how Mobius coerced him to travel back in history and assassinate William, thus igniting a genocidal hatred of vampires among the citizens of Nosgoth. And here I discovered the source of the displacement. The Soul Reaver itself, laid out like a holy relic, and broken, apparently in the battle between William and Kain. I had not thought such a thing was possible, until, of course, Kain shattered the blade against me when he tried to strike me down. Thus, the captive spirit inhabiting the Reaver was released, and binding itself to me, became my symbiotic weapon. And so the Reaver met its former self, still imprisoned in this corporeal shell. I watched, mesmerized, as the Wraith blade uncoiled itself and snaked down the length of the physical blade. Embracing its twin, its mirror self, the Reaver's long dormant spirit was now fully aroused. And for the first time, I felt the true presence of this other entity, willful, ravenous, and deranged from thousands of years of imprisonment. The Reaver was now in command, and I, now merely its helpless host, felt my soul being leached to restore the blade. But the Reaver knew better than to destroy its host, and just as I neared the brink of oblivion, the blade released its hold on me. As I recovered, I realized we were now bound together in a fragile alliance. The Reaver no longer merely my symbiotic weapon, but a sentient parasite competing for control.
What have you done to me, Mobius? Is this your trap?
How mine? Don't forget it was Kain who led you here, not I. While you curse me, the only soul in Nosgoth ready to guide and assist you, Kain laughs at our folly and revels in your dismay.
These blades, now coiled in sinister embrace, have inspired terror in the hearts of creatures far more durable than you, old man. Bound together as they are, I can only imagine what they could do to your soul's fragile shell.
Raziel, I beg you to stay your hand. This was none of my doing. I have sought only to aid you in your righteous quest.
Why, you're trembling, Mobius. Has your confidence abandoned you? You seem to have made a fatal error by leaving your precious staff behind. Is that where all your courage comes from?
Listen to me, Raziel. You don't know what you're doing. I have taken an enormous risk by appearing here before you, so defenseless, yet eager to prove my good intentions. If there's anything left of the Seraphim in you, won't do this. While you threaten me, your true enemy eludes you.
Don't concern yourself with Kain, old man. He'll join you in hell soon enough. As you said, death comes for us all.
Yes, the Wheel of Fate demands it.
What did you say?
The Wheel of Fate. The inexorable cycle of death and rebirth to which all men are compelled. We serve the same God, Raziel. To strike me down would be striking God's own attendant. And I don't believe even you would take that risk.
I tire of your games, Mobius. Now that I know you fear me, I needn't concern myself with you. Kain is waiting for me.
Go then, Raziel. Seek Kain out and destroy him in the name of the one God we both serve. You, who were once a Seraphim priest, murdered, profaned, destroyed, and reborn again from his mercy. You are now most powerfully equipped to be his agent, his instrument of restoration and retribution.
My own vengeance is motivation enough.
By my soul, you almost had me, my little blue assassin. But that'll be the one and only chance you get. I assure you of that.
I could now summon the blade at will, regardless of my strength. But once summoned, the blade's ravenous appetite could not be contained. It devoured the souls of its victims, and if I allowed it to become over-aroused, the Reaver would now turn its hunger on me.
Yeah, so a lot of shit happened, like, that would only make sense if you have played the first game. There is a lot of exposition here. Do you want me to explain what is going on here? A lot of media has really deep occult knowledge. Woke culture is satanic, true. You'd love Fable if you like this game. You need to play it. I'm making sandwich. That's based. Sure, if you want. I have already done it once, but since I respect like the writing on this game so much, I can do it again, you know. And I really dig. I have a dick in my pants, but I really dig like the writing. So I think the first thing we need to kind of understand is where we are in the timeline, right? Because like from Raziel's perspective, he was like a human, he was like a Seraphim, he was like genociding vampires. Then he gets killed. Then he gets resurrected as a vampire, like by Kain. So he's a vampire and he got wings, right? So the timeline is just going like well for him. So then he gets cast into the abyss and he wakes up in his current form, like Raziel, the blue guy with ruined wings, you know, and whatnot. So that's the current Raziel, right? And for Raziel, the timeline so far has been going linearly. Now, when it comes to the Reaver, we know that Soul Reaver we're talking about Soul Reaver now, right? The blade that we kind of just wielded. Yeah, this one. The super powerful soul devouring weapon, you know, the vampiric sword. Soul Reaver timeline from the Raziel's perspective right now is this. So he kinda knows about the Soul Reaver. But as players we know about this perspective of Soul Reaver. So Kain finds Soul Reaver sometime in his timeline, right? He gets the Soul Reaver in one of the cathedrals. Later he goes back in past to fight the nemesis, Prince William, and that's the murals that we see on the wall in this game. So that's Kain over there fighting Prince William. Kain and Prince William, they are both wielding the Soul Reavers, as you can possibly see in the murals. Right. Wait, can you see me? Okay. So Kain goes to the past and he fights Sir William, but they are both wielding the Soul Reaver. And what happens is Sir William, the beloved king, he breaks his Soul Reaver in half. Kain's Soul Reaver never gets broken, and Kain goes back to his own timeline and nothing really changes. The only difference is that he kills William way back, which kinda influences the genocide of vampires. So Raziel now goes back in time, and over there you saw the grave of Prince William with his broken Soul Reaver, right? So Raziel comes up to the grave and he like touches the Soul Reaver, and Soul Reaver becomes whole again. He repairs the Soul Reaver because he has the Wraith Blade. He has the soul of the Soul Reaver, basically. So he can activate it whenever he wants, right? So the Soul Reaver is repaired now. And from the perspective of Soul Reaver, the Kain and whatnot, we don't know what happens with this Reaver right now. But it's repaired, that's all that we know. And from the perspective of Kain, he breaks Sir William's Soul Reaver. He goes back in time. Then Soul Reaver kinda starts his empire. He refuses the sacrifice. He doesn't sacrifice himself as a guardian. He should if he wants to restore the pillars. He does not. He refuses the sacrifice. So then he becomes old vampire the way we know Kain right now. And like in the future, when Raziel is kind of like gay and fallen, like this form, last form, Kain takes out his Soul Reaver and he shatters Soul Reaver on Raziel, on this guy. So in the future, Soul Reaver gets destroyed, and that way the Wraith Blade gets created. The Wraith Blade that Raziel is currently wielding. If that makes sense. So that's what Raziel did right now. He restored the Soul Reaver of Sir William, but historically there is only one Soul Reaver. We only know when it gets destroyed, and it gets destroyed when Kain shatters the blade on Raziel in the future. But since we are in the past now, we are super gay and everything is getting very confusing. But Raziel is wielding the soul of the Soul Reaver that restored the blade that was broken by Kain back in the day, because he's like super duper cool, and this is Kain like jerking off his willy, lying on his back and he's feeling great and he's giving a thumbs up here. Like, yes, I love it, you know? It gets very fucking complicated. You have no idea. This game is insane. So, there you go. And over here...
This was the legendary Janos Ordrin, reputed to have been the most ancient and diabolical vampire to have ever existed. According to folklore, he lived high in the cliffs of Nosgoth's northern mountains and preyed mercilessly on the defenseless villagers below. His reign of terror ended when the Sarafan finally hunted him down and tore his throbbing heart from his still-living body. This relic came to be known as the Heart of Darkness, and was supposedly imbued with the power to restore vampiric unlife. The Sarafan therefore guarded it carefully, lest the heart fall into the hands of their enemies. But I wondered, could Janos Ordrin truly have been as monstrous as depicted here? Or was this merely artistic license by the Sarafan, who sought to lionize themselves by demonizing their darkest enemy?
So Sarafan is the holy order that is crusading the vampires. I think you already kinda understand that. But one more thing I wanted to tell you about, but I kinda forgot, is this. This will be kinda a short explanation. You might have noticed that when Raziel was speaking to Mobius, Mobius was like, he changed Raziel's opinion about himself by mentioning God that they both worship. So this is Mobius with his tiny Jewish head, and he's like, yeah, I'm scheming, yeah, yeah, you know, that's Mobius. But the thing is that the God that he's talking about is the huge tentacle thing that apparently Raziel got resurrected by in the future. When Raziel wakes up, he's surrounded by this tentacle monster that has eyes everywhere and tentacles and whatnot, right? So this tentacle monster is communicating with Mobius also, and he's telling him what to do and what to say and what to think and whatnot. So he's kind of influencing the circle, and he wants Kain dead. So the Elder God wants Kain dead, the Mobius wants Kain dead, and the Raziel wants Kain dead. But since the Raziel is the one that has free will and he can think for himself, he's starting to kinda question everything because he's fucking smart and he has critical thinking, dude. So Raziel is like, oh, I see that the same guy I know, like in the future, that kinda resurrected me when I woke up. He was there, you know, and he kinda talks to you throughout the previous game. He guides you somewhere where to go. The guy with the deep voice, that's the Elder God, and he's like an octopus creature. So that's the story so far. So they both worship the same God, meaning that Mobius, the time streamer, he's responsible for the pillar of time. So yeah, everybody wants Kain dead, but Raziel is starting to question stuff. That's what I meant with the Gnostic themes and like depicting God as evil. It's whatever, you know, fuck it. I love Pinos. Sounds like well-established lore. Oh yeah, it's super deep, dude, and very interesting. It's like a melodrama, and we got rats. This is obviously like a reference to Middle Ages, you know, burning witches at the stake and whatnot. And it's funny, like, historically, it's described that, like, what, the Dark Ages, you know, when the church ruled for 1,000 years, and like, in the Revelations, it is said that Jesus Christ reign would last 1,000 years, but it's not important, I guess. But the idea is that, you know, history to Masons and Illuminati, it's considered Dark Ages when the church ruled, which is funny. Whatever.
Strange how my history came full circle. This chapel, I realized, was a memorial to my former Sarafan brethren and myself. All of us martyred here. And then so cruelly profaned by Kain when he imposed his gift on our noble corpses. For the first time, I beheld the image of my Sarafan self, memorialized here among my fallen comrades. It tortured me to see how noble and pure I had been, and what a vile phantasm I had become, and a profound sense of injury, of loss and betrayal welled up in me, so overwhelming I could barely contain it. All I wanted at this moment was to find Kain and destroy him.
So yeah, that's basically a statue of human Raziel. We'll go and like check it out. Truly, we should give our children games like this to play. That's Raziel. Well, that's us, like, in the human form. Back when we were a Sarafan priest, getting rid of vampires. And that's one of the brothers that we killed in the future. Zafan, Turiel, Rahab, Melchiah, Duma, and you know, you can like look at that evil being demon thing and you can like keep it in mind. Like it will be cool in the future when you realize who that is, but keep that in mind. So yeah, that's kind of cool because we go back in time and in the future we kind of kill them as these despicable monsters, vampires, and we take their powers and whatnot, but we see ourselves as humans and our brothers as humans that were Sarafan. They were killing vampires. Trying to get rid of the land of the vampire scourge. If you want more Legacy of Kain after you complete the games again, I'd try Fable. We'll see. I kinda promised one of my friends to stream like one of the Star Wars games ages ago. I think I'll have to fulfill this promise. So
I emerged, and for the first time beheld Nosgoth in its former glory. The land overflowed with abundant life and vitality, and I knew with certainty then that the world I had left behind was nothing more than the corpse of Nosgoth, a lifeless husk bled dry by the corruption of Kain's parasitic empire. This was the fragile world Kain sacrificed to preserve his own petty life and ambition, heedless of the profound cost. The sight only deepened my resolve. I sensed that the pillars lay to the northwest. If Kain truly waited to confront me there, I would not disappoint him.
when I was a kid and I saw this, I was like, what the fuck, computers? What the fuck are computers? Computers can do this shit now? You have no idea how fucking impressive this looked in 2001. Looked fucking insane.
past this arcane landmark, a wisp of the Reaver's energy was drawn into the ring, illuminating it. This created a beacon of sorts in the spirit world. If ever I found myself depleted in the spectral realm, and my soul tossed on the ethereal winds, these beacons would draw me back to safety and restore me.
Yeah, I can imagine. I was really drawn to this character, its design and whatnot. When I was a kid, I would make out of this huge poster or this, paper I had, I would twist it and turn it into like Raziel's Brave Blade. I would put it on my hand and I would like run around the rooms like swinging it like I was Raziel, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. I was really weirdly drawn to this game and to these series. Mostly this game. I thought that Raziel fucking looked awesome.
These ancient obelisks were mysteriously attuned to my spiritual essence. By simply touching the symbol, I could safely preserve an imprint of my soul, and thus create a milestone to which I could return when weary, and from which I could resume my journey.
And this is how you save the game. That's why I forgot to save the game in the first Soul Reaver, because I thought that there's beacons, but in that game you just press escape and save the game. In this one, you need to get to a beacon.
While I had only just escaped the stronghold, I sensed that in time my journey would return me full circle to this place. Infiltrating the fortress, however, would be no small feat. The balcony that had provided my escape was now well beyond my reach, leaving this massive gateway as the only means of entry. The gates were sealed, but like the time-streaming chamber I had seen earlier, their operation was undoubtedly linked to that odd crystal mounted above the entrance.
We should play as Canon Raziel. He did not want to kill anybody because he was a good boy. So he just jumped over everybody and skipped. Because he's like human-like. He doesn't want to kill anybody. He's being judged as a book by its cover, right? And Raziel is like super sophisticated. I really loved these effects when I was a kid. The crows disappearing into green dust. They even got dogs now. Keep in mind, the pillars are not corrupt yet. In this time. The world kinda feels bigger now.
These vampires had nothing in common with the deranged jackals I left behind in Kain's derelict empire. They seemed to retain much of their former humanity. In this era, vampires were clearly not the uncontested predators we had been. These creatures were hunted mercilessly and oppressed. And while I still believed that vampirism was a plague and had to be wiped out, there was nothing noble or righteous in this crusade. This was simply ruthless persecution.
Yeah, so even like Seraphon, they're also kind of fucked up. Because they're killing like vampire children and whatnot. It's fucked. Now you have to hold, okay. I'll have to kill everybody now. Hopefully. Oh fuck, I'm getting wrecked. This weapon is not very comfortable. Sword feels a lot better. This weapon has a longer range, but overall kinda feels like shit. Okay, the dog is stuck. And I think now we're gonna encounter the best speech in the series. This is the best known scene.
The pillars of Nosgoth, pristine, whole, and uncorrupted. I had never beheld them in this undefiled state, yet something profound and indelible resonated within me at the sight. And there, waiting at the very heart of the pillars, was the canker that was destined to destroy them.
I know you're there, Raziel.
Mobius led me to you, Kain, though I might have guessed you'd meet me here.
And if Mobius told you I was hidden on the underside of hell, would you throw yourself into oblivion to pursue me? Mobius trawls for the ignorant and unwary, hauling his gasping prey from the streams of their destinies. Stay out of his net, Raziel.
Spare me your elaborate metaphors, Kain. I have pursued you here for one purpose. You will pay for your betrayal, and balance will thus be restored to Nosgoth.
And whose will is satisfied then? The will of Raziel or Mobius?
Would I be better manipulated by you, Kain? Now, turn and face me. The chase is over.
This isn't a chase, Raziel. We are merely passengers on the wheel of destiny, describing a perfect circle to this point. We've been brought here for a reason. I've seen the beginning and the end of our story, however, and the tale is crude and ill-conceived. We must rewrite the ending of it. You and I.
Face me, Kain. Even you shouldn't die a coward's death.
Isn't it customary to grant the condemned a final request?
I recall no such courtesy from you.
Indulge me, Raziel. All I ask is that you listen. This is the sublime moment of our undoing, Raziel. The ineffable fulcrum upon which swings the entirety of our history. This is where all of Nosgoth is betrayed. In this instant, Ariel, the Balance Guardian, is murdered by dark forces bent on overthrowing the pillars. Her spirit is just now tearing free, lost in the ether, trying to find its way here. You have already seen how she comes to haunt these pillars.
Bound here by your refusal to die. You are the reason this land becomes diseased. As long as you remain alive, you condemn Nosgoth to an eternity of decay.
Be still, Raziel. See this. As Ariel dies, I am being born to take her place as Balance Guardian. Such is my destiny.
My God.
At the moment of my first cry, Ariel's beloved, the Guardian Nupraptor, finds her corpse. Racked with grief and tormented by suspicions of treachery, Nupraptor plunges into a madness which overflows and infects all of the Guardians who are symbiotically bound, including me. The repercussions of Ariel's assassination were expertly calculated. The entire circle descends into madness, and I am tainted at the moment of my birth, instantly rendered incapable of fulfilling the role destiny has prepared for me.
Shall I show you the same mercy you showed the rest of the circle, then? You blithely murdered them to restore their pillars, yet your hand faltered when it came to the final sacrifice. What makes you exempt, Kain? You're merely the last man standing. Why condemn me for simply carrying out what you hadn't the courage to do yourself?
Let's drop the moral posturing, shall we? We both know there's no altruism in this pursuit. Your reckless indignation led you here. I counted on it.
There's no shame in it, Raziel. Revenge is motivation enough.
At least it's honest. Hate me, but do it honestly.
30 years hence,
I am presented with a dilemma. Let's call it a two-sided coin. If the coin falls one way, I sacrifice myself and thus restore the pillars. As the last surviving vampire in Nosgoth, this would mean the annihilation of our species. Mobius made sure of that. If the coin lands on the reverse, I refuse the sacrifice and thus doom the pillars to an eternity of collapse. Either way, the game is rigged.
We agree then that the pillars are crucial and must be restored.
yes, Raziel.
And that's why we've come full circle to this place.
So after all this, you make my case for me. To end this stalemate, you must die so that new guardians can be born.
Pillars don't belong to them, Raziel. They belong to us.
Your arrogance is boundless, Kain.
There's a third option. A monumental secret, hidden in your very presence here.
But it's a secret you have to discover for yourself. Unearth your destiny, Raziel. It's all laid out for you here.
You said it yourself, Kain. There are only two sides to your coin.
Suppose one day, it lands on its edge.
They even got an achievement for this. That's amazing. Oh, it's so well voice acted and so well written. It's fucking insane. Canker. Yeah, I always love that word. It's not really used that way in English language. Wonder what his cock looks like. Probably like Shrek's cock. I don't know what like 90% of the words mean. Yeah, that's the same for me. Like now I kind of get it, but growing up like this English, it was very difficult to understand. Like to even understand like whole time traveling shenanigans and what the fuck is going on. It's very complicated. But it feels like a high grade theater play or something. It's so well made.
Impulse stayed my hand. Why I had so willingly allowed Kain to escape me when I had pursued him for so long. I had no reason to trust Kain after he had valued me so little. And yet, I found myself intrigued by his words. I had been too cruelly used to so gullibly play his pawn. But if this world truly had secrets to divulge, I was determined to expose them.
The Illuminati. Don't forget there are only black or white sides to choose from, but you know, there's always like this duality middle that you can use to fucking for your own benefit. I'm gay, by the way. We should all go to Epstein's Island. There's a monumental secret.
From the moment of my arrival, I had the constant and palpable sensation of being watched. Someone, it seemed, was keenly interested in my presence here.
Oh, who could it be? It must be the police. It's the CIA.
from the look of it, this door had been sealed for centuries. I began to realize it was no mere coincidence that I found myself standing here, beneath this winged figure with blue skin and cloven hands so like my own, and bearing this unique key. And so it was with a sense of gravity and trepidation that I unsealed that ancient door and crossed the threshold.
I don't know if you had heard, but the sound that they used for this door is the same sound that Monolith makes in 2001 A Space Odyssey. So it's like the idea of human evolution, the next step, or like the viewer kind of progressing spiritually and mentally while watching the movie. So it's like spiritually and mentally like progressing while being indulged in this game, kind of like this, I think. And they use this sound for a purpose and a reason. I'm certain of it. Why would a sound designer use that, right? Whatever. I'm probably looking to dip into this. And those are the shadow beings, Illuminati. Is this what I have to do? I don't remember. Oh shit, they also exist in the fucking soul world. Gotta fight the camera. I think it's one of those things that I have to fucking climb the wall. And I cannot for the life of me see where the fuck that is. That guy's fucking buff. Also, one mechanic that changes after you reunite the Reaver, the original Reaver of Sir William, is that Raziel can at any point now summon the Soul Reaver, but the problem is that it can get overheat. It can overheat. And that causes your health to drain, because the Wraith Blade, the Spirit Reaver, it gets thirsty and it starts draining your health. It's cool but fucked up. So on the right you can see the meter, and once it gets to the red point it starts draining your soul. And the Reaver is actually screaming. That's fucking awesome, dude. There you go. You see my HP is going down. Oh, you have to go over here. Okay, excuse me, princess. And you don't get the souls. Everything gets absorbed by the Reaver. We get to meet our old friend here.
As I entered the chamber, I sensed that it had been sealed for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. And while this room was clearly built when the pillars were erected, I knew that no human hand could have shaped this place, and that perhaps it had never been seen by human eyes. The surrounding murals depicted a winged race, their features so like my own, but beautiful, where mine were grotesque, and angelic, while mine were demonic. I tried to decipher these images. A great war, but with combatants like none I had ever seen. The pillars, raised by this winged race, who thus defeated their adversaries. The winged beings again, writhing in agony, apparently afflicted with the same bloodthirst I had so recently suffered. And throughout the chamber, inscribed everywhere, images of the Reaver itself. Was this what Kain had urged me to discover? I wondered.
Lies, Raziel.
Look, it's that guy.
Do not be deceived.
Ah, my ancient benefactor. And I dared to hope we had parted ways forever. Your silence was refreshing, but it lasted. No doubt you have a conveniently inexpressible reason for your presence here.
Do not be insolent, Raziel. I am eternally present here and everywhere, now and always. I am the still center of the turning wheel, the hub of this world's destiny.
But perhaps not so omnipotent as you'd have me believe. Your hold on me appears to be tenuous. I no longer seem to need you. Yet I'm guessing you still need me.
This impudence is unworthy of you, Raziel. Do not forget that you have a task to fulfill here. You are indebted to me.
Indebted? You would have me show gratitude for a gift I didn't ask to be bestowed. Do you forget that you forced me to inhabit this vile carcass?
I restored you to yourself, Raziel. It was Kain who destroyed you. The very enemy you've just let slip through your grasp. Do not fail me, my servant.
I serve no one. Not you, not Kain, and not your lackey Mobius.
Mobius is my good servant. I have many.
And if I tell Mobius that he's worshipping a giant squid, do you think his faith will falter?
You have grown willful, Raziel. But beware. To embrace a serpent is to invite poison into your heart. Kain is a sinuous beast. He will seduce and deceive you. You pride yourself on your free will, yet you let that degenerate deter your resolve.
I harbor no illusions about his integrity, nor anyone else's. In fact, I am beset by manipulation on all sides. Merely seek the truth.
These are the fathomless truths, Raziel. The agony of birth and death and rebirth. This is the wheel of fate, the purifying cycle which sustains all life. Vampires are an abomination, a plague which leeches this land of its spiritual strength. They obstruct the flow of life and death. Their souls stagnate in their wretched corpses. But the wheel must turn. Death is inexorable and cannot be denied. Your destiny is irresistible, Raziel. You are my soul reaver, the scourge of the vampires, reaper of their apostate souls. Remain steadfast, end the vampire's parasitic curse, and restore Nosgoth. Kain's blood belongs on your hands.
Kain indeed deserves to die for condemning me to this repugnant form. But if and when I kill him, it will be for me alone to decide.
Kain destroyed you without a flicker of remorse. He tore the soul from your noble corpse, and after you had served him faithfully for 1,000 years, he discarded you in the abyss on a jealous whim. Remember your rage, Raziel. Let it guide your hand.
Really want to manipulate Raziel. They want him to be impulsive. They want him to start on OnlyFans and start doing butt stuff. Hey, gonna head off for a bit. I'll probably be back later, like an hour or two if you're still on. Sure, runner. Have a great one. Thank you for coming here. I'm gonna go write some more paragraphs for this girl I love. Lol. GG's. Have a great one. Wish you the best with the girl. Best of luck. I'll be here with my squid. This is my GF. It's so cool how you can like get close to it. When I was a kid I thought, dude, this is the coolest fucking thing.
You would be wise to heed me, Raziel.
So fucking awesome. It's like Soul Reaver 2 kinda becomes like this cutscene of a game, kinda like Metal Gear or whatever. Is it Kojima who is famous for creating these long ass cutscenes? And the good thing about Soul Reaver 2 is that jumping is not fucking annoying anymore. It's not cancer. Controls are a lot more tight. We like tight. And these ancient ruins are a lot more cooler compared to block puzzles and all of the areas that look the same. It's like there was this giant increase in technology in a couple of years back in the early 2000s, and everything got flipped upside down. Now you could create these beautiful cinematic big areas, and you used to be only able to create narrow rooms and tunnels. So that's why everything kinda changed. And in the right hands, the technology was so fucking awesome. You had to be there, basically.
I surfaced into a very different landscape. The daylight barely penetrated the dense canopy of this forest. Here I discovered an ancient ruin, unmistakably one of Mobius's time-streaming chambers, but long ago sealed and abandoned to the encroaching swamp. I didn't currently possess the means to break this seal, but I thought in time that I might.
Clever Raziel. Oh no, the vampire hunter. Imagine being in the swamp, it's very damp and you're menstruating. That's the guy.
So, my lurking observer was exposed. The creature vanished when he realized he was discovered, but I caught a glimpse of him, and his features were distinctive enough. This was the vampire Vorador, the monstrous assassin depicted in the stronghold. Strange that a creature brazen enough to assault the circle single-handedly would avoid confronting me. Very well. If Vorador would not come to me, I would go to him. But first, I needed to find some means of reaching that terrace.
Guys, we need to go and reach the terrace. Guys, we need to go to the garage. Avoid the swamp. Swamp equals very slow. Taste my cum, human. You get to save the game in this game. Ow. No shit, I'm almost dead. Van pipi pupu, pyre, varador. Look, a frog.
There appeared to be a passage here, leading northward into the mountains. The opening, however, was obstructed and too high for me to reach. Perhaps later I would find the means to bypass these obstacles.
Perhaps. If I get sneezed on, I'm dead. Look, that's the garage.
My lurking friend was nowhere to be seen, but I found these ruins even more intriguing. I recognized these arcane symbols from the chamber beneath the pillars, and realized that this shrine too was sealed to all but the bearer of the Reaver.
Finally. Box puzzles are back. That son of a bitch. Oh, he forgot. Okay, Soul Reaver doesn't work. Great. Oh, perfect. Perfect time to die. I still remember this whole area at the back of my ass. I have this whole area tattooed on the back of my left ass cheek. The right ass cheek has a picture of Adolf Hitler.
Throughout this ancient shrine, murals depicted the winged race and the apocalyptic war against their mysterious and equally inhuman adversaries. These winged beings, it seemed, were not only the architects of the pillars, but of this enigmatic place as well. And just as in the pillars' chamber, this shrine was adorned throughout with imagery of the Reaver, depicted with the reverence of a holy icon.
Let me fly over here, don't tell anybody. They really do show you a lot of things. Even though they don't really explain anything, but they certainly do fucking show everything. They don't consider you stupid, but maybe a little. Okay, so that's what that does. Guess I'm going here now. At least it's not a block puzzle. It's another kind of puzzle. They're gonna shoot me. They don't shoot at me? I remember as a child that they would always shoot at you. Here I go. Yum. Did you drink champagne? No, I don't drink that. I don't drink alcohol. Look, a block puzzle. Fuck. What the fuck? There we go. Look, it's the Illuminati obelisk of Egyptian phallus. There we go. It's that thing. That's the thing we need. It's so fortunate we get to touch that thing. It's the plate. Raziel got the plate. Good for Raziel. Raziel is very based because he keeps saying the N-word and he doesn't care about the consequences. I am here now. Finally. I need to drink the milkshake. There are no souls. Fuck. Oh, there we go. My canon Raziel is good boy, he does not kill anybody. This is like Legend of Zelda and like temples. The Shadow Temple, like Water Temple, Come Chalice. I think that's where the inspiration comes from. Fucking ripped Zelda off. For fuck's sake. The Illuminati. I am such a sucker for these early effects. They're so fucking cool to me. Kinda reminds me of Black and White. The music, everything else. It's a design thing of the time. It's amazing. If you're photosensitive, look away because there's gonna be a lot of like lights and shit now, so okay. Don't like.
As I neared the altar, I suddenly felt the Reaver quickening of its own volition. Just as in William's chapel, the balance of power tangibly shifted. Voracious and willful, the Soul Reaver was now in control, and I, merely its helpless puppet. The Reaver plunged itself into that mysterious altar, and devouring the energy that emanated from within, drained this place of its power. Thus sated, the Reaver released me, and I realized as I recovered control that these ancient shrines were forges, each purpose-built to enhance the Reaver with elemental power.
Actually, that's wrong, because what they actually were, they were just my toilets. Time to meet Mordor, Morgana from Legacy of League of Legends.
Now I understand understood the purpose of the mysterious basins I had seen throughout my journey. They were elemental fonts, each attuned to a fundamental essence. When I forged the blade, every font in Nosgoth with the same elemental attunement was simultaneously quickened. The Reaver's enhancements were never permanent, but these fonts enabled me to re-imbue the blade by bathing it in the elemental energy distilled therein.
Pew. Pew, pew. I'm such a sucker for things like this. I love it. I must be autistic.
Concentric circles, one eclipsing the other. I recognized this symbol from the door sealing that other ancient shrine, the one I had seen in the lake outside the Sarafan stronghold. Perhaps now, armed as I was with the elemental power of darkness, I could return and gain entry.
Perhaps. Come out, Varador, with your huge green titties. Where is he?
You're a ragged excuse for a savior.
Vorador.
I see my reputation precedes me.
It does.
All good, I hope? I've been watching you since you emerged from that accursed stronghold. Strange that your arrival coincides with the corruption of the Pillars. But I'm wondering, are you the catalyst of these events? Or the answer to them?
I don't know what you mean.
I will speak plainly then. I distrust your origin, stranger. Seeing you crawl from the putrid depths of Mobius's keep makes me question your purpose here. And what should I make of your appearance? Not human, clearly, and more demon than vampire. And the Pillars. It is no mere coincidence that your arrival in that clearing heralded the Pillars' decay. And so I ask you plainly, are you the instrument of the Pillars' destruction or their salvation?
Neither.
Very well. Let us look at the other side of the coin. I have followed your journey and watched as you blithely unlocked secrets that have been sealed and forbidden for thousands of years. The path you have been treading is open to only one being. You don't know what you are, do you?
I have been many things. If you find me ignorant, enlighten me.
What's the point? This world is beyond redemption. Let the human cattle have it.
I would expect better than meek capitulation from you.
Centuries of persecution have taught me well. 500 years ago, our race was nearly exterminated by the fanatical crusades of the Sarafan. And now the same sick drama unfolds again. In merely a decade, Mobius's cutthroat citizen army has nearly accomplished what the Sarafan could not. Vampires meddling in the affairs of men. Look where it's brought us.
What am I to make of these secrets I've uncovered, then? The depictions of the winged race, the Pillars, and the Reaver.
Fairy tales, boy. The delusions of an ancient culture clinging to hope long after the world had discarded them. Their bloodline trickled away until only one of the ancients remained, sustained solely by obligation and his unfaltering faith in the old prophecies.
Literally
But you
me.
see, even if you are who you appear to be, it no longer matters. You're simply too late. Janos Audron, the Reaver Guardian, the last of the Ancients, and my maker, was murdered by the Seraphan nearly 5 centuries ago. He alone would have the answers you seek, but his secrets died with him. I don't know how you've come even this far without his guidance, or without the Reaver, stolen these 500 years ago by the Seraphan. I'm afraid, my friend, that you and all of us are out of luck.
I had no less reason to trust Vorador than anyone else I had met. In fact, the ancient vampire was the most forthright being I had encountered thus far. If Janos Audron was the key to all this, then I would find him, and Mobius's time-streaming device would provide me passage. But first, I had to find a way back into the stronghold, and I suspected I would find the means within the lake's mysterious shrine.
I'm such a fangirl for Vorador. He's like green. He lives in the swamp. He's basically Shrek. I fucking love Shrek. I am Shrek. I smell like Shrek. Get out of my swamp. Little known fact is that Shrek was created after the image of Vorador. Now we get to go all the way back to the start. I fucking love it when that happens. At least we got the Shadow Reaver or Dark Reaver. Pee pee poo poo. Look, it's the octopus ring that needs to get fried.
Ah, my wayward child returns.
Having unearthed more than you'd like, I suspect. What am I to make of these ruins that litter the land, and these images here in this chamber?
Merely the deceits of a failed civilization. You are being misled, Raziel. This ancient race hoped to manipulate the future with these scrawled misdirections. You must tread carefully. There are dark forces at work in this world, bent on subverting your true destiny.
I have no doubt of that. The question is, am I in their presence right now?
Your arrogance will spell your demise, Raziel. Deny my will, and the arc of your destiny will reach a sudden conclusion.
Your threats are unmoving. Even now, I'm beyond your reach.
My reach is longer than you realize. This is a very dangerous game you're playing, Raziel.
That octopus is fucking racist. Oh fuck. I think we're gonna finish the... or rather get the light Reaver, and then we're gonna stop the stream. And then we're gonna get something to eat and jack off and go to sleep. Sounds like a plan, doesn't it? That's what Raziel would do. Put it in his vagina. Tungu, 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 tungu. Oh, tungu, tungu, tungu. Ich bin Autotoilet. I can't believe they actually force you to go all the way back. But this game is very linear. The only interesting things is like solving the puzzles and getting Reavers. Imagine if you actually had to fight every single enemy. Fuck that. Gonna go save the game. What the fuck? The wings didn't work. It's funny that I somehow start seeing the flaws in this game. I would have never admitted to the flaws of this game before. I think I'm getting older. There it is, there's the door. That was easy. We are on the world record base.
These murals left no room for doubt. These winged creatures were indeed the architects of the pillars. And while the images were difficult to decipher, the pillars appeared to banish or diminish their enemies somehow.
Beep beep boop 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 beep 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 beep. Oh shit. Grab him by the pussy. It's the light Reaver forage. Wow. No, I think you can only enter the physical realm over there somewhere. Yep. Look, it's the Illuminati. Look, it's the Israel. It's the Star of David. Not really, but it's kinda close. Star of cum guzzling lesbians. What is the fucking Dark Reaver Forge? This Reaver will not do. What if we kissed under a block puzzle? Seems like there's fucking nothing there. What's over here then? They tricked me. I guess I go over there and I place it over. Fuck. I cannot use my wings. Oh, scheiße. Truly, this is so Egyptian. I couldn't turn it the other way. But that's a good thing because I don't need to go there. That's the wrong Reaver, stupid. Yum yum. Quick resurrect me. I don't remember. Is it actually here? Raziel, high jump. There you go. Oh, there we go. It's difficult to be stupid. WTF? You can't even see it. I think the game developers at this point kinda started playing the same game up. Not being able to see where the fuck you're able to jump. And we don't like that. I have to go all the way back there. That's crazy. It's okay. Finally. Only took us 30 years. There are fucking spirits everywhere. Fucking spat on me. I love how there's so much Egyptian symbolic stuff here, and it's like light. You get it because Illuminati, they're the good guys. Like you know, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Whatever. And everything goes to the ancient Egypt, so they're like putting Egypt pocket everywhere. Eat my shorts. I will now install all games. There it goes. Dark to light, dude. Ow. You must have an incredibly high IQ to understand Rick and Poo-Poo. Wow. It's better for a game to be a graphical tech demo than physical one, because with physical tech demo you get a lot of block puzzling, and with graphical one you get a lot of beautiful things. Until you go overboard and then you get games from 2010s and those suck ass. Quick, we need a star. Damn, they're really trying to stop you here. They actually give you a tip here. Can you believe it? There's the cum Reaver, the poo-poo Reaver, the pee Reaver, the Indian pleaser do the needful Reaver. There are all sorts of Reavers. All the stars are here. It's gonna get very sparkly. Look away if you have epilepsy, please. Don't start shaking. Don't start shaking, you know, and foaming at the mouth. It's not good. Please look away. How did the ancient vampires build this? I can't believe your friend guessed correctly before gifting you this game. I can't stop watching his butt cheeks. Does that mean I'm gay? No, it means you're super based. There we go, we got the light Reaver.
I plunged the Reaver into the forge and imbued the blade with the elemental power of light. Thus armed, I now had the means to re-enter the stronghold and finally use Mobius's time-streaming device to accomplish my own ends.
I can finally kill Mobius with my streamer career. I can also fart. Everyone's trying to fucking stop you. It's just like real life. That crystal, what does it mean? Why are they molesting me? If only we had more games like this. With the voice acting, with the mysteries and stuff like puzzles. I love this shit. If only we had video games. For a very quick content creator career, just cover Ukraine war news. Today, 1,000 people got their legs blown off. Let's see what happens the next day. It's the same thing every day. Ooh, North Koreans have joined the war. Now they're the ones getting their dicks blown off. Wait, the door got closed? What the heck? I know I said that I would stop, but I wanna continue. I am addicted to the video game. I hope China bans video games. They are a very bad influence on me. I wish I was in China, making car batteries and getting burned up to a crisp. I should probably save the game. Don't tell mom. Now we can get inside the stronghold. North Korean chewing is very controversial. I wish I was Chinese. I wish I was a woman and I had huge titties. I would fuck myself every day. I think. I should become a transsexual. I should grow a pair of big titties. I should call Fufusenga, he would come and he would suck on my titties. We could create an OnlyFans. He would suck my titties. And people would pay for the content of titty sucking. I will make this man disappear. Okay, he's making me disappear. There we go, he's gone. Smack his butt. Oh no. It's burning up. Look, we're back home. Can I go over here? It's Kain. That fucker did this. Raziel
Show yourself, Kain.
just blew up 3 people,
Raziel.
and he's like, damn, I can't believe.
Everything is decided here. You cannot comprehend the magnitude, the rapture, and the tragedy of this moment. And yet you must, if Nosgoth is to be dragged from the wreckage of its damnation.
I understand only this, Kain. That you and Mobius have impelled me to this moment simply means I can trust neither of you. I don't know who's pulling the strings, but it no longer matters, because I'm cutting them. I set my own course from here.
If it were only that simple.
Your fatalism is tiresome, Kain.
And profoundly ingrained, Raziel. You must understand, our presence here doesn't alter history. You and I meet here because we are compelled to. We have always met here. History is irredeemable. Drop a stone into a rushing river. The current simply courses around it and flows on as if the obstruction were never there. You and I are pebbles, Raziel, and have even less hope of disrupting the time stream. The continuum of history is simply too strong, too resilient. Except, then how do we explain William here? The beloved boy king turned tyrant. In my youth, I witnessed William's rise to power and his transformation into the nemesis who laid waste to Nosgoth.
Keep your distance, Kain.
Years later, I stumble upon a chance to journey back in history, unaware that the entire affair has been carefully orchestrated by Mobius. In my wisdom, I seize this opportunity to murder the young king before he can ravage Nosgoth, and thereby provide the catalyst Mobius needs to ignite a genocidal war against our race.
I warn you, no further.
This one reckless act unravels the skein of history. The nemesis never becomes the nemesis. William dies a martyred saint. I, the vampire assassin, become the author of my own species' extinction, and Mobius profits from it all. I destroyed a tyrant only to create one far worse. But how can it be so? How? if history is immutable? The answer is here in this room, Raziel. Mobius propelled William and me together, but ensured first that we were both armed with the Soul Reaver. The Reaver is the key. Two incarnations of the blade meet in time and space. A paradox is created, a temporal distortion powerful enough to derail history.
Is this your sorcery?
Not mine, Raziel. Yours. You have nothing to fear from me, Raziel. You hold all the cards.
Then perhaps I should test your sincerity. If what you say is true, you should be terrified. I could kill you here and now.
And so you do, Raziel.
What's happening?
We're hurtling towards our destinies, Raziel. What you feel is the pull of history rushing to meet us. This is where history and destiny collide. If you truly believe in free will, Raziel, now is the time to prove it. Kill me now, and we both become pawns of history, dragged down the path of an artificial destiny. I was ordained to assume the role of balanced guardian in Nosgoth, while you were destined to be its savior. But the map of my fate was redrawn by Mobius, and so in turn was yours.
This is madness!
Fight it, Raziel. This moment does not have to be an ending. It can become a prelude.
I can't.
You can, Raziel. Look inside and see that it is so. You have the power to reshape our inevitable futures. Poor William.
They made an achievement.
History abhors a paradox, Raziel. Even now, the time stream strains to divert itself, finding its old course blocked by your refusal to destroy me. The future is reshuffling itself to accommodate your monumental decision. This is where we restore ourselves, Raziel, and reclaim our intended destinies. It may yet be possible for me to assume my role as balanced guardian and return the pillars to their rightful inheritors.
To the vampires. And this is the destiny you have urged me to discover. I don't know what game you and Mobius are playing, Kain, but I refuse to be your pawn. Unlike you, I still revere whatever shred of humanity I've managed to preserve. You will not use me as the instrument of your messianic delusions.
Very well, Raziel. I'll not ask you to trust me. Your truths are for you to discover alone.
Humble words for one who presumes to teach me a lesson at every turn.
And continue your journey and learn your own lessons, Raziel. Remember, Mobius led you here, but you walk away unfettered. A champion of free will and conqueror of false histories. There is much more for you to unearth.
Why is
if
Kain
you have the
cross-eyed?
heart for the truth and the will to see it.
In the originals, Kain was not cross-eyed. These new models are kinda goofy looking sometimes. Russian army is very disappointing, to be honest. But they are fighting USA intelligence basically, except the troops are not USA. I don't know if USA troops would make a massive difference, probably, but probably not so much. Why does the yellow guy look like he's the edgy middle aged friend from a 90s movie? Which one is yellow? Who activated drone camera? Lama. What's going on? When the camera shakes like that, it's because there is a possibility to create a paradox. It's shown in this way. Let me explain a little, maybe that will help. So, the truth is that there is this scary monkey living in your walls, and it looks like this, and it's like, oh, but actually, what that monkey is doing, sucking a cock like this. There are some hair here, and it's actually a Jewish monkey because of the big nose, but it's kind of like upset, like, oh geez, I'm not sure if I can suck this. No, it's not being erased very easily. The thing that happened here now is, historically, normally, in like the timeline, what always happens is Raziel always kills Kain now. And Raziel is the only person in history that has free will. And that's because he has the Wraith Blade. So he has the soul of the Soul Reaver. And he grabbed the real Soul Reaver, the physical Soul Reaver. So it's a paradox in itself, because there are two of the same weapon historically at the same time, and that's when there is a possibility to create a paradox. So at that point, Raziel has free will, but historically he always decides to kill Kain here. But this is the first time ever in history that he decides not to kill Kain, and because of that, a historical paradox is created that basically means a new timeline. So Raziel refuses to take revenge, and he decides to like allow Kain to live, and he does not want to be manipulated, a pawn of history, and to always do the same thing. So what happens now, Kain survives, which in turn, like the shaking of the camera, and after that, like history reshuffles everything for it to make sense in the future and in the past, because the choices are absolutely different now, because Kain is alive and he was always dead at this point, but Kain is alive, so a paradox is created. So that's why. This is Christopher Nolan explaining timelines in his movies. Maybe we were the timelines all along. Let's go and see Mobius, and Mobius will be like, what the fuck, Raziel, why did you not kill him? You always kill him. But Raziel is the only one with the free will. Because he's super based. He also has huge blue dick. Where is the BBC? It's hiding inside the walls. There is always a BBC in these stories. Maybe we will find one. We have to kill humans because they're super lame. $30 times? That's nothing. We have to achieve all of the achievements. Wait, what the fuck? I'm going the wrong way. Wait, what the fuck? I'm going the wrong way. It said that you cannot use that weapon. You cannot pick it up and shoot people. I always kinda found that disappointing. There's a dog. It's okay, he'll wait for me.
Seize him.
Time to kill the dog. Dogs have souls in this game. I fucking dodged it. Oh fuck. Why don't I activate the Reaver and just obliterate them? I'm a fucking idiot. And a white blonde Lithuanian girl excited about. What the fuck? Is that actually what happened? I thought it was always a Svetlana. Who knows? Mobius, bring me back to the past 50 years ago now. I want to see Janos Odrun. Oh fuck. I need the light Reaver. Oh shit. Does anyone remember where the light Reaver was? I hope it's not too far. No, it's over there. That's convenient. Good thing that humans never figured out how to use doors. That really helps.
Yes. I like that look on your face, Mobius. You really don't know what to do now, do you, old man? Here you are, caught without your damn staff. And I suspect things aren't progressing quite as you'd hoped. You're not used to the fly turning to confront you in your web, are you?
Kain's devious influence has poisoned your mind, Raziel. Now you see betrayal everywhere, even in your closest allies.
We were never allies, Mobius. Conspirators, perhaps. Briefly.
Why did you not kill Kain when you had the chance? He was at your mercy.
Precisely. I had a choice, and I chose mercy. And now I know your sordid little secret. The significance of that displacement I felt when the two Reavers came together. Strangely enough, I was enlightened by the devious Kain, not by you. In fact, I've learned much more than you counted on. I understand now how you've tried to manipulate all of history for your own personal gain. But now all your little schemes are whirling in ruin around you, aren't they? All because I chose to exert my will for once, rather than obey the demands of sorcerers and spirits and demons, all singing the same tiresome refrain, "Kill Kain." I'm setting my own path from here, Mobius. I intend to discover the truth behind all of this.
But you condemn us all with this impetuous act.
Hardly impetuous. It took all the will I could muster. Has my refusal to kill Kain reshuffled your carefully stacked deck of cards?
You really think that you're exercising your free will, Raziel? You're simply Kain's servant.
I do not serve Kain. I merely did not kill him.
Raziel, do not forget your purpose here. You are destined to be the savior of Nosgoth.
Oh, I'm sick of hearing that particular phrase. As for saving Nosgoth, so far I see precious little reason to bother. And I'll choose my own purpose from here on out, Time Streamer. Right now, I choose to manipulate you for a change. Go. In there.
What are you doing?
Come, Mobius. You're a cunning serpent. You'll piece it together, I imagine. This era is of no further use to me. You will operate this device to provide me passage. I want to see the world in a simpler time, before the Sarafan began their crusade.
And what about Kain? You're leaving your core behind.
You kill him if it's so damned important.
You need only touch the 2 poles of the switch, and the device will transport you. But I urge you to reconsider.
You've lost your powers of persuasion, old man. Rot here and forget me.
Oh no, he's smiling. Epilepsy warning. Yeah, this is the white man confronting the Jews for his devious scheming and plotting. Pretty much. But there is a little problem.
Even as I emerged from that infernal time-streaming chamber, I suspected treachery. The stronghold was vacant, derelict, abandoned.
Look, it's the fucking demons. Obviously, we are not in the past. Mobius sent us into the future during the time of demon infestation. There was this time. And demons are fucking strong. And they can travel to the spirit world also. I'm so fucked. Is everyone dead? Great. I'm also gonna be dead soon. I remember when I was a kid, this was so difficult for me. Like this. Time of the game. To play as Raziel. Because demons were so fucking strong. Let them fight. Mobius sent us into the future, that fucking asshole.
If I had any doubts about the era I now occupied, this grotesque tableau certainly eliminated them. For here was Mobius, long since murdered by Kain, lionized and beatified as the martyred leader of his bloodthirsty crusade. And if I required further evidence, I needed only to behold the gruesome trophy Mobius held aloft. A severed head of Vorador. The final triumphant kill of Mobius's cutthroat mob. His execution marked the annihilation of the vampires. Far from channeling me into Nosgoth's past, Mobius had propelled me over a century to its ghastly future. The intent behind this little detour was unmistakable. Having failed to make me his obedient assassin, Mobius intended to keep me ignorant of my true destiny, which clearly lay in Nosgoth's past. While his deception only reinforced my purpose, Mobius had effectively stranded me here. This left me no course but to explore the era I now occupied and see what changes the century had wrought, following Kain's ill-fated decision. Perhaps time had cleared a path for me into the mountains, where I might unearth more clues behind the mystery of Janos Audron.
Oh fuck. This is not good. Fucking demons. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh, I almost died. Oh, there's another one. So you like this game and Deus Ex? What other games do you like? When it comes to story, like Deus Ex and Legacy of Kain the most. Bye bye, goodbye, you will have a great rest. Wish you all the best. But the story is very complex and convoluted in this game. Shit. No souls to drink. Open sesame.
Raziel.
What pathetic charade is this now, Mobius?
No charade, Raziel. Only the entreaties of this martyred spirit.
Your pleas mean nothing to me after all your deceit. You have propelled me into Nosgoth's future, Mobius, and left me stranded here.
I am truly sorry, Raziel, but it was necessary. Consider it the last valiant act of a doomed man. You have strayed from your purpose, and now behold the result. Gaze upon the wasteland you and Kain authored together.
I fail to see how I'm responsible.
You spared Kain, and by doing so, you have released a multitude of horrors upon this world. I can accept that Kain has murdered me, Raziel. As the Time Guardian, I foresaw that incident long before it occurred, and I take some small comfort in the fact that Kain remains the sole survivor of his vile breed. But you have single-handedly made my sacrifice meaningless.
Your argument is disingenuous, Time Streamer. I cannot see how killing or sparing Kain's future self would alter these events. This wasteland was created by Kain's original refusal at the Pillars. Amidst all these twists and turns, that event has never changed. You are cunning, Mobius. I think you've gotten tangled in your own web.
As Kain clings to his precious seat of power, the pillars sink into a mire of decay, dragging all of Nosgoth down with them.
I don't think this has anything to do with the pillars, or Kain's failure to sacrifice himself. I think you're simply afraid, because you don't know what he's up to. He's a wild card, isn't he? And you don't want his influence in your game. Which is why you wanted me to eliminate him. Well, now that he survived, you have no idea what's coming, do you? Maybe, for the first time in your entire life, you're terrified that he may have truly found a third option out of the dilemma you orchestrated for him.
Kain's lies have addled your mind. Leave this place and trouble my spirit no more.
If you even are a spirit, you've forgotten. I have a way to tell for sure. If you're willing to risk it. I didn't think so. Either way, you lose.
Damn, Raziel really hates all the Jewish men. Raziel is based? It's so annoying how they block your path. And they're fucking strong as fuck. They be demons. I wonder if it's easier to fight them with the Light Reaver. That would be cool. This game's level design is pretty much kinda fucked up also. Go forwards, go backwards, go backwards, go forwards. You know, the only thing that changes is the timeline. Which, you know, kinda shitty, but the story is super interesting. That's why those flaws are usually forgiven. So... to be honest, Raziel sounds like a Jew's name. I think Raziel was... there was some kinda angel? Or was it Azazel or something like that, but it's like a metaphor. It's also a metaphor for Satan, I think. Because he was cast down from heaven and shit, like into the pit. And he kinda has that satanic look. But I don't know. Why did the old man smile? Why did he smile? Because he set the time streaming device to send Raziel into the future instead of the past. Raziel wanted to go to the past, and he was forced to go to the future. So now Raziel is in the future. And in the future, the old man is already dead. They sacrifice babies. Damn, that sucks. This one's different. You see, even the bridge is destroyed in the future. They didn't even spare the bridge. Uh-oh, I'm struggling. Okay, still alive. back to the pillars again.
These were the pillars so familiar to my blighted eyes. But now that I had begun to learn their true significance, I regarded the pillars' destruction with a new, enlightened sense of horror. And I questioned now whether Kain's simple refusal, his mere ambition, could truly have caused such devastation. I felt that some darker influence was at work here. As I approached, I discerned the spirit of Ariel, bound here now for more than a century.
Forever am I bound, hope abandoned, my spirit tethered to this place. What destroyed the circle could not touch me, for I was newly dead and beyond harm's reach. I alone was spared the descent into madness, and Kain alone was spared the pain of death. When Napraptor's poison seized Kain even in the safety of the womb, much more than just his destiny was lost. All of Nosgoth lost balance. Consider us now, both of us less than we once were. I, pure but insubstantial, and Kain, terribly real, but corrupted.
Your imprisonment here has deranged you, spirit. You fixate on Kain because you believe he is the tether that binds you here. But we both know he is not the author of your agony. The pillars were subverted by dark forces, invited by the Guardians themselves. The more I learn of your circle, the more I see a tangle of nested manipulations.
Kain handed them their victory. They sought to topple the pillars, and he was their willing instrument.
Or was he their unwilling pawn? Would it blunt your wrath to know that Kain's dilemma was calculated to bring the pillars down, regardless of the choice he made? And that the devastation would have been even greater had he chosen the path you would prescribe for him?
You are a subtle, deceitful creature. But your clever arguments do not absolve Kain. He must die for the pillars to be restored. There is no other way.
Then consider this more ominous possibility. What if Kain's death does not restore the pillars? Consider that it may simply be too late, that this world may be beyond redemption, and that you may be bound here eternally.
Why do you hound me, demon? You can see that I am captive here. Show me some mercy.
Like the mercy you showed your fellow Guardians when you set Kain on them? Or the mercy you showed Kain when you kept him ignorant of his destiny while you used him as the scourge of the circle? Or perhaps like the mercy you showed your beloved Napraptor when you made him Kain's first kill?
You are cruel. Why do you torment me?
I'm merely looking for answers, Ariel. Ah, very well. I'll leave you in peace. But know this about you and this purgatory from which you long to escape. You're merely at the threshold.
Damn, Raziel is trying to become very unlikable and he's kinda succeeding. But he's trying to like make it seem like he made the correct choice. That's what people usually do. Oh, I'm so fucked. Mercy. Oh, fuck me. Uh-oh. Raziel not so tough after being molested. There we go. That's ridiculous. The cutscene looks like a Telltale game. Kinda. Green and purple. Thanks, Doc, for prescribing Piccolo dick. That's a checkpoint, by the way, if you ever wonder what that is. Look, we're fucking back here again, but we're like in the future now. Put the Reaver inside Raziel's vagina. Fuck that. Oh fuck. They're after me, dude. Oh no. Okay. Elder God is gonna be giant. Raziel is real Sigma for real skibidi. Raziel is skibidi toilet. Say the N-word, Raziel. Call him the N-word.
Raziel, the failed assassin.
Elder God,
You
the N-word.
your mercy, but lacked the courage to fulfill the act. And now you see the wasteland wrought by the tyrant's hand, by his selfish decision to preserve his own life, even when it meant sacrificing the whole world. This is the fate of Nosgoth, as long as Kain remains alive.
An ironic condemnation, given this guilty sin. One would think you'd torn down the pillars single-handedly. What are you trying to obliterate as you drag your loathsome body through this chamber? And why, as Nosgoth descends into madness and misery, do you appear to thrive? Things in this world, I am learning, are rarely what they seem. You, apparently, are no exception.
I am the engine of life, the source of Nosgoth's very existence. I am the hub of the wheel, the origin of all life, the devourer of death.
Or maybe you're just hungry. Could it be as simple as that? Wouldn't that be poetic irony? The great adversary of the vampires turns out to be the biggest parasite of them all.
Do not test my patience, Raziel. I made you, and I will unmake you if I become so inclined.
As your agent, I am beyond death.
There are fates worse than death, Raziel.
Oh, I see you now as you truly are. A cancer. A spooling parasite burrowed deep in the heart of this world.
Go now. Play out your pitiful rebellion and take your place among the destroyed, the used, and the damned. But know this, you are mine for eternity. You have always been, and will always be, my soul Reaver.
You said the line. You have always been my skibidi toilet. Here I go. Fuck. Fuck that. Biz. Pants up, don't shoot. In the future there's less water. Where did the water go? What the fuck? Skibidi toilet. Oh fuck, I need a shadow. Where do I get it? We are now stuck here forever. There is no exit from here. No, just kidding. I just don't know where to go. Oh fuck, we're over here. Well, at least now we know what we need. There we go. No, there it is. What a long ass detour. Nice ass. That's not what I'm trying to do, Raziel. There you go. You're the smartest. You smart, you loyal. Better wake up. Back to the fucking swamps. No, fuck, it's these things. I remember them. From Blood Omen. It's cool how humans became adapted to being demon hunters in the future instead of the vampire hunters, because all of the vampires are gone now. But in the future there are demon infestations. No, no. Fuck off. Kinda looks like those enemies from Fallout. Fallout 1 or 2 or... I don't fucking know. I think that these monsters were in the Dark Eden in Blood Omen 1
The
Island.
passage of time had indeed cleared my way forward, enabling me to explore the northern mountains of Nosgoth. I was anxious to discover if some evidence of Janos Ordren's existence might still remain.
Legay of Kain. We've never been here before. We gotta love our humans. There is no reason to kill them. Oh no, that's a very strong attack. This is kinda like Shadow Man. Finally a soul.
Here I discovered the quaint hamlet of Ushtenheim, now long abandoned and collapsing into ruin. Legend claimed that Janos Ordran terrorized its villagers until the Sarafan hunters ferreted him out and destroyed him. If there was any truth to the old tales, the lair of the infamous vampire would not be far away.
Far away. Oh, fuck that dog. Oh, another one. So many souls though. Yum yum. Legacy of Kain is happening in Germany. It's canon. Let's go. Oh fuck. Look at all these tiny puny humans. It's okay, they can fight the demons. Why are all things aggroing me? Was ist das dann? I think I came from there. I think I need to go there. Or maybe not, I don't know. Let's try to go here. I guess the game is trying to imply that we are in the mountain somewhere. Oh fuck. Seems like Dark Reaver is not working well against them. Oh fuck. That's not good. Don't you fucking zap me. We got to meet the Kain here. My boy.
This edifice was clearly not crafted by human architects. As the figure beneath the balcony silently attested, these were the Ares of winged beings. Undoubtedly I stood before the mountain refuge of the legendary Janos Ordren, but the entire sanctuary lay in ruin, collapsed under the force of some ancient cataclysm. As I suspected, the time streamer's deception ensured that I was centuries too late to unearth anything of consequence here. With nothing behind me but the wasteland I had traversed, I resolved to press on and explore these canyons further.
Guys, we have to press on.
Oh no. Every time you turn up, something monumental and terrible happens. I don't think I have the stomach for it.
No drama this time, Raziel.
You are persistent, crossing time like this to follow me. Still waiting for that coin of yours to land on its edge.
I'm biding my time. I see that Mobius has played a little trick on you.
Yes. He clearly doesn't want me to meet this Janos Ordren.
Perhaps. Or maybe he merely hoped that it would harden your heart against me, to see this wasteland which I single-handedly authored.
My heart doesn't need hardening, Kain. If I even suspected that destroying you would make any difference, I would do it this instant.
I knew you'd see through them, Raziel. Janos is indeed the key to your destiny, but you'll need to find your own way back into Nosgoth's past. Make no mistake, though, Raziel. You and I are now in great danger. We are irritants here. Malevolent forces are being marshaled to eliminate us.
You talk as though we're allies.
Regardless of your sentiments, Raziel, in their eyes, we are.
Well, they're certainly trying to eliminate you, Kain. There can be no doubt of that. I am assaulted relentlessly with demands for your demise. Whatever it is that you're plotting, they're scared to death of you. As for me, I suspect they made a grave error when they allowed my unique resurrection. I don't think they know how to destroy me.
You mustn't underestimate them, Raziel.
And who exactly is this diabolical they to which we keep referring? If there's some grand conspiracy going on, the right hand doesn't appear to know what the left is doing. Even Mobius seems to be caught out at every turn.
Mobius is a puppet, Raziel. Haven't you realized that yet? That's the sweetest irony in all of this. Nosgoth's great manipulator is their plaything. But the ones pulling the strings haven't shown their faces yet.
They don't like us unwriting their carefully choreographed history, though, do they?
You must understand, Raziel, we haven't unwritten history, we've merely rewritten it. The future flows around our petty actions, finding the path of least resistance while admitting only the slightest alterations. This is the reshuffling you felt when you refused to kill me. And remember, Raziel, we are irritants in this regard as well. History will not allow the introduction of a paradox.
And if events cannot be reshuffled to accommodate the change?
It is the irritant who's expelled. Bear in mind that this may be exactly the outcome our enemies are trying to provoke. We must tread very carefully.
So the moral of the story is that everyone's fucked up. Oh fuck. Uh-oh. Oh, this is extra uh-oh. Oh fuck. Damn, they're strong. Give it a soul. I'm going to fucking scream. No, I remember this being tough. I was wrong. Just melt everybody when in doubt. Fuck me. It didn't fucking work. Sigma, Sigma boy. This is the temple that we need. Yeah, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 2 is very linear. There's nowhere else you can really detour compared to the first game, where you have to know where to go. Oops.
The scenes I discovered here were unambiguous. This race of winged beings, the architects of the pillars and the creators of the Reaver, were Nosgoth's first vampires. Their bloodthirst appeared to be a curse, inflicted upon them by their vanquished enemies. These images confirmed the truths that Kain had divulged to me, but I had been too incredulous to accept. I struggled in vain to see how the pieces fit together, how Kain intended to escape the dilemma of his destiny, and what role he had plotted for me, and why Mobius and the dark powers with which he seemed to be allied were so desperate to see Kain dead, and so intent on me being the instrument of his execution.
Allow me to try and get more comfortable. It's not gonna happen. Okay. He has longer hands. It's unfair. Puzzles. Yay, puzzles. This satisfies my autism. To Papa. It's insane how demons are also in the temple. Boop 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 baby. Okay, that needs shadow. That needs the regular Reaver. Guess we'll go here. Get back in there. Here I go. Oh, look, a pyramid, of course. One balloon not enough? Fuck it. Yeah. What the fuck? Okay, I will not be able to pass through there. Gimme. Think you need to do this. Get away. The slowest duck walk ever. Okay, we're gonna need a crystal there. Fuck, the ice activated. We I always thought that this was so fucking cool. Check this out. It's actually a fucking heart. That's so fucking cool. And it bleeds. That's so cool, dude. That's such a clever idea. It even beats. Fuck yeah. I think we need the blue. Oh, what the fuck is happening there graphically? Oh no. Oh, they kinda fucked up. It's okay. We got one of the 3 wins. We need 3 of them because that's what we need, okay? I guess let's go with the light. Fuck. Fuck it. There we go. Don't tell mom. That's not the right way to put it in. Fuck. Raziel, what the fuck? It still works, but damn. No souls. That's not good. And for my next song, I shall reave and I shall cleave. Fuck it, we're almost there. It's not a perfect system. Why you spit? Hey, it's the bridge. Another heart. This one's green. I forgot to change the graphics, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice. Raziel looks like a monkey. There's barely any difference. Which is a good thing. Wow. Raziel has learned. Bitch will learn. Oh. Don't tell anybody. The wind is not real here. The shadow, I guess. This world is infected by things stuck inside the keyholes. Imagine you try to get home. You put the key inside the hole and you get a scary monster popping out. What's this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? I had to activate that. Okay, this time he put it in correctly. The right hole. Listen here, Raziel. This is what you gotta do. You gotta, oh fuck, it's that thing. Why are they bullying me? Where is the eye? I make the bridge. I pull out. I fall down. I do this. There's a rapist in my key lock. Let's hope we have enough time. Where's the fucking heart? Where am I? The fuck was the point of that? I see. A typical red heart. Oh, okay, that's not typical. That looks fucking awesome. The eye couldn't look anymore. Here I go. About to get the Wind Reaver. I can't believe that graphical glitch is still there. What the fuck? Going up? This game is such a special sweetheart. Fuck me. This is so fucking awesome. Why is it a snake though? Why does it always have to be a snake? Rejoice everybody, for I have the Wind Reaver. Oh, it's the Air Reaver. Shit, sorry mom.
As the Reaver drained the forge of its vital energy, the tempest receded. I recovered myself and paused to admire my newly forged weapon, now imbued with the elemental power of air. Thus armed, I hoped that I now finally possessed the means to escape this wasted land.
You're so right, Raziel. It can even break through walls and balls. Think of all the possibilities. Wow.
This elemental Reaver I discovered had the power to obliterate barriers that were cracked or compromised. At last, I had the means to open that ruined time-streaming chamber I discovered so long ago in the swamp. Now, perhaps, I could leave this wasteland and return to an era when Janos Ordrin still lived.
Yes. Yes, Rapunzel. Rapunzel. Seems like these people have been having a great time without me. Where are the demons? I guess we have killed everyone. Is this where we came from? This is canon. Raziel hates fighting. He's a peace-loving man. These swishes are nice. There we go. Please save the game. Please don't crash. This game has been so nice. So far, 0 crashes. Truly a marvel of modern computing. Going up. That's me. Ik ben autotoiletten. Fuck. What's up with dogs? It's like I'm riding my bicycle. What the fuck? That's actually how you do it. Okay, we're in the swamp. Aren't we supposed to go that way? Number 12. Burger King for areas. The last thing you want in your Burger King burger is somebody's foot fungus. But Raziel is having a stroke. No. Please don't kill me. This must be the place. Uh-oh. Fuck. Ooh.
I had no choice but to act purely on blind faith. There was no way to tell what error this device was tuned to, and I had neither the knowledge nor the means to set the machine myself. I hesitated only briefly. Then, throwing the switch, I hurled myself into oblivion and relinquished my will to the hand of fate.
Oh no. Raziel appears in World War II Nazi Germany. And he starts to follow Adolf Hitler. Oh no. Raziel, what are you doing?
Beyond all hope and against all probability, it seemed that the device had unerringly delivered me to the era I sought. For these were Sarafan banners, and these vampires apparently the victims of their crusade. The coincidence seemed too convenient to naively ascribe to fate. But whether my opportune arrival had been orchestrated by Mobius or some other influence, I didn't know. If Janos Ordrin still lived, I would find him. But I was wary of further deception and resolved to tread carefully.
Sneakily like a little chew, Raziel. I'm sorry. The door still walks. Raziel, the Skibidi Rizzler. I think we will quit here. We have progressed a lot. I mean, there's barely anything left of the game. And that's... oh fuck, it's already like 2. What the fuck? It's 2 in the morning. Thank you to everybody who watched. Or at least, you know, if you're gonna watch later, call me the N-word in the comments. And thank you and good night. Have a great rest. I love you and good night. See ya.